Fixerbot says.
Welcome. Stream starts in 5 minutes. T minus 4 minutes.
Welcome to my stream, where knowledge reigns supreme. Calm and collected, I'm about to go live, you know what I mean. Got high expectations, gonna teach you something new. Learning, hacking, exploring, there's so much we can do. Feel the excitement as we dive into uncharted lands. New discoveries await in this digital wonderland. Together we'll unroll the secrets, all unlock the code. No limits, no boundaries, so knowledge will explode. Welcome to my stream, where the fire of knowledge burns bright. Chat with me, let's embark on this journey of delight. From the basics to superpowers, we'll learn and grow in this stream of knowledge. Together we'll grow. Welcome to my stream, where knowledge reigns supreme. Calm and collected, I'm about to go live, you know what I mean. Got high expectations.
Stream about to start. 1 minute left.
Teach you something new. Learning, hacking, exploring. There's so much we can do. Feel the excitement as we dive into uncharted lands. New discoveries await in this digital wonderland. Together we'll unroll the secrets, all unlock the code. No limits, no boundaries, so knowledge will explode.
There! Whew. Last run to get my kids awake and breakfast for one of them. So, good morning. Yeah, I thought like usually the morning streams I do something different. But now I've been doing different, right? So I thought I might get back to this because it was long ago. And I've been doing my bookkeeping and taxes stuff this weekend. So I really want to do this now. So I'll have to finish it tonight. So tea out, water. Okay, so I actually answer the questions without reading the text, which kind of means that, well, I guess I know this a bit, but I still want to go through it and just read the text, just to make sure I don't miss any cool tricks, you know? I think actually we read the first part. So these are pre-requested, so let's not look at that. And these are vulnerabilities. Reports for massive applications. Okay. Oh, so I also have my notes up on my other screen, and I was like very, very close to selecting C++ today, but we ended up doing this. But also I think that we can, since we have SSH on this machine, we can use it for testing the copy application later. We'll see. Probably it'll be tomorrow, depending on how quick this room is. We'll see. It will do it today. Let's go down to common notes, and I believe we have already we already have notes for XSS, of course, you know. So yeah, I think the first notes here are kind of like the same as what we already have, and I'm so sweaty in my face. I just took a hot shower. Very nice. But you know, it's kind of warm in here, and I should take colder showers in the morning. And we have new nice bread, fresh from the freezer. It's ice cold. It was ice cold. Now it's kind of warm already. Or it would have just broken when I did that. So it's already thawed. So I have to eat a bit too, since it's morning. So let's just read this through, and if there are any notes taking that needs to be done, we'll do it. So, XSS payloads. What is payload? In XSS, the payload is the JavaScript code we wish to be executed on the target's computer. There are two parts to the payload: the intention and the modification. The intention is what you wish the JavaScript to actually do, which we'll cover with some examples below. And the modification is the changes to the code we need to make make it execute, as every scenario is different, right? More of this in the perfecting your payload task. Here are some examples of XSS intentions. Proof of concept. This is the simplest payload. where all you want to do is to demonstrate that you can achieve XSS on the website. This is often done by causing an alert box to pop up on the page with a string of text, for example, alert. And mine said successful XSS. I think I copied that from somewhere. Oh, well, I guess probably. Session stealing. Details of a user session, such as login tokens, are often kept in cookies on the target machine. Below, JavaScript target takes the target's cookie, base64 encodes the cookie and to ensure successful transmission, and posts it to a website under the hacker's control to be logged. Once the hacker has these cookies, they can take over the target session and be logged in, I guess they mean, as that user. So, script fetch. HTTPS hacker HM steal cookie. BTOA. Yeah, I think this is the conversion, the base64 one. To ASCII. Binary to ASCII. I don't know what the B is. Document.cookie. Script. And yeah, we already added this to the notes actually. So send cookie. Send to your own server. And I changed it to my server com there, right? To be more obvious. Keylogger. The below code acts as a keylogger. This means anything you type on the web page will be forwarded to a website under the hacker's control. This is kind of cool, right? This could be very damaging if the website the payload was installed on accepted user logins or credit card details. Yeah. Of course we need to add this. So let's copy this one. And this is why I just didn't run through this page, because there are useful things there. So keylogger. Oh, I just woke up. Well, I guess it's the same text. Let's paste what we had in the memory first before we copy something else. There. So let's use the same server name, cause there, my server com log key. So business logic. This payload is a lot more specific than the above examples. This would be about calling a particular network resource or a JavaScript function. For example, imagine a JavaScript function for changing the user's email address called user.changeEmail. Your payload could look like this. Okay, so we could run that function. Okay. So let's add it to using the web pages specific functions. And we have the example. Now that the email address for the account has changed, the attacker may perform a password reset attack. The next 4 tasks, I've actually never seen anything this cool before for XSS. I mostly thought like, well, XSS is not useful, right? Is it? But this is very. The next 4 tasks are going to cover the different types of XSS vulnerabilities, all requiring slightly different tech payloads and user interaction. Answer the questions below. Yeah, I already did, right? So, next. And I shouldn't forget to eat some breakfast too. Ha det bra gubben! My hubby is leaving for work. Still allergy season too. My hair is wet, so it always feels, like you're almost sweating when it's kind of warm and you didn't dry your hair for speed reasons. Reflected XSS. Reflected XSS happens when user supplied data in an HTTP request is included in the web page source without any validation. Example scenario. A website where you enter correct input, an error message is displayed. Incorrect input, of course. The content of the error message gets taken from the error parameter in the query string and is built directly into the source. So, error, invalid input detected. Right, I should switch to my chat so I can see that in OBS. The application doesn't check the contents of the error parameter, which allows the attacker to insert malicious code. Yeah. Script SRC, and they add the JavaScript there. The vulnerability can be used as per the scenario of the image below. Do I need to make notes on this? I don't think so, right? It's too obvious. Sorry, but we're going write mode for a sec, because the text was kind of unreadable. So, attacker sends a link to victim that contains a malicious payload. Victim clicks link and is taken to vulnerable website. Link containing attacker script is executed on the website. The data the attacker's script gathered is sent to them. They could steal the victim's cookies, which would allow the attacker to take over the victim's account. So, potential impact. The attacker could send links or embed them into a frame on another website containing a JavaScript payload to potential victims, getting them to execute code on the browsers, potentially revealing session or customer information. How to test for reflected XSS. You'll need to test every possible point of entry. These include parameters in the URL query string, and that's easy to do. Everything, test everything, right? URL file path, sometimes HTTP headers. Unlikely exploitable in practice. Once you've found some data which is being reflected in the web application, you'll then need to confirm that you can successfully run your JavaScript payload. Your payload will be dependent on where in the application where code is reflected. Yeah, so let's have the definition of reflected XSS. Right? Because we need knowledge, and it's always good to remember this. And I think reflect is what I would say like normal XSS, right? That's how I would think of it. So this is more like a definition. So I'm just typing here reflected XSS. Let's make it easier for ourselves and have it set a header, and let's just add the points of entry that they had, and so our our payload scene reflected scene on the web page. It's code. That was odd. My I key, I hope it works though. So what else could we possibly want? An example maybe. This could be a good example for a basic. Or maybe this one. So unfortunately we're in bright light mode, meaning also the image will be in bright light mode. Alright, so it didn't copy the image. Copy image, paste, and if I want I could type this again, but so I'm thinking, should I make this a header or should I, like it was, keep it like this, like bold? And also this is a new section, not examples. And I also have older notes that I'll go through later and merge into these. And my bread is going stale, better eat something. So I guess I'm mostly going through these to double check that I have everything in my notes. Because if someone would say stored XSS, I would like no. I answered this question to keep the streak up. I thought, why not try it at least, even though I was doing my bookkeeping and stuff. It's nice or not nice, I guess, in one way, when you know the answer to the questions already. I want more knowledge, but I think it's a good repetition. This anyway, and especially what things are called. That's the hardest bit. So, stored stored XSS. I'm going to type it. Stored XSS, and let's bold that at once. As the name infers, the XSS payload is stored on the web application in a database, for example, and then gets run when other users visit the site or web page. So, yeah, and they even used the word payload, so it matches our old node there. Our payload is stored, which is so obvious, right? On the website database ... Example scenario: a blog website that allows users to post comments. Unfortunately, these comments aren't checked for whether they contain JavaScript or filter out any malicious code. If we now post a comment containing JavaScript, this will be stored in the database, and every other user now visiting the article will have the JavaScript run in their browser. So I think I can read this. It's actually just numbers that are hard to read. So 1. Attacker inserts malicious payload into the website database. For every visit to the website, the malicious script is activated. The data the attacker script gathered, my god, can't I read today? The data the attacker script gathered is sent to them. They could steal the victim's cookie, which would allow the attacker to take over the victim's account. Potential impact. The malicious JavaScript could redirect users to another site, steal the user's session cookie, or perform another website action while acting as the visiting user. How to test for stored XSS. You'll need to test every possible point of entry where it seems data is stored, and then show back in areas where others have access to. A small example could be. So, I'm thinking this is not enough. Let's add something of this to the notes too. Like, test every possible point of entry where it seems data could be stored. And I don't think actually lots of data is stored that's never shown back, right? I'm just copying from the page to their points. Oh, that's funny. So, comments on a blog, user profile information, website listings. Website listings. My chair is angled since I have this back thing. So, let's sit better. Because it falls out of the chair if I'm not angling it. It feels like I sit lower because the edge is like up there. And you know you're allowed to chat, people. And welcome in. Good morning. Sometimes developers think limiting input values on the client side is good enough protection, so changing values to something the web application wouldn't be expecting is a good source of discovering stores XSS. For example, an age field that is expecting an integer from a drop-down menu, but instead you manually send the target send the request rather than using a form allowing you. Okay, it's just a manual bit. I was like, where are the details? There were none. Allowing you to try malicious payloads. Once you've found some data which is being stored in the web application, you'll then need to confirm that you can successfully run your JavaScript payload. Your payload will be dependent on where in the application your code is reflected. You'll learn more about this in task 6. So, I'm thinking let's add a bit more to the notes, because I'm thinking if I would need to repeat this and not forget anything, I want it all to be in there. So, I'm thinking test by manually entering data instead of the pages for example, instead of the pages drop down menu with numbers. So, which is kind of obvious, but I want it in the notes, you know. Welcome in.
New follower Geek QC. Less than 3.
So, is there anything else we want to add? Yeah, where it is reflected. We'll have that later when we get to this task 6. I expect more information, and let's go to the next bit. So, good morning and welcome in. So, DOM-based XSS. What is the DOM? DOM stands for Document Object Model, and is a programming interface for HTML and XML documents. It represents a page so that programs can change the document structure, style, and content. A web page is a document, and this document can be either displayed in the browser window or as HTML source. A diagram of the HTML DOM is displayed below. So, well, we have HTML, head, body. Head has title, my title. Body has href, a. Okay, so the element has an attribute, so just put them like that. And this element has a text, and this one too. Very advanced here. So, if you want to learn more about DOM, gain a deeper understanding, W3org has a great resource. Let's see if there's actually any information there. I guess the only thing for me here is to actually remember this word, you know, because this I've known since 1995-ish.
Time to move it. 10 squats redeemed.
Squat time. Okay, I think actually I can add back the jumps and stuff now. My back was a bit bad, so let's wake up. So okay, let's do deep once I wake up. I can feel that in my legs. Definitely. Thanks for moving too. I should have some kind of like arm gymnastics too, you know?
QC says, good job.
Thanks.
Tongue.
So, it's always nice, you know, when you sit by the computer. And yesterday I was doing my bookkeeping. It was so boring and I had to sit for a long time. So then my back starts hurting and things. You should always move when you sit by the computer, right? So I'll have to add some kind of arm gymnastics too. 'Cause that's what you don't, you know, you move all the time with your arms, but in a very exact way. No flexibility and variation. Yeah, so the only thing with this, right, is to remember what it's called. So what it's not. Oh, I don't want to
Trying
read
to
this.
hit the gym daily since I'm on a chair 12 hours a day. Tongue.
Yeah, that's smart. So I'll actually, after this stream, I'll be making my kids some food, and then I'll drive one of them to school, and then I'll probably do an IRL, like running in the woods stream. So I'm kind of prepared for that today, so I'll be done. And I hope that this will work today, because last time I had to stream with Twitch's own app, and that wasn't very good. I even managed to I had this other phone as chat phone, and I actually managed to break the glass because I just kept it in the between my shirt and the holder for the other phone, so I didn't think about it when I removed it. So I managed to keep this whole all during its life, and then afterwards I stopped using it. I've been using it for like a top camera here and stuff, and I do electronics and things. And now, while having it as a chat phone for running and stuff, then it broke. That's annoying. Very annoying. It still functions, but we did have rain the other day, so I guess it's not as safe. Maybe some sharp edges, we'll see. I should take the opportunity to see, because I know I have these kind of, you know, holders for the phones. Protection. This might be the one that fits this phone. Let's see. Nah. Wrong size. This is for my normal phone. If you go swimming. It's not in this store. Which is kind of odd, because I had it on always, just recently. I think it's probably like a tiny thing, like my main phone. Well, I guess it'll be without a cover today too. I'll have to look into that though. So I'm still sweaty from the shower. The wet hair doesn't help. Let's continue. So, exploiting the DOM. DOM-based XSS is where the JavaScript execution happens directly in the browser without any new pages being loaded or data submitted to backend code. Execution occurs when the website JavaScript code acts on input or user interaction. So, example scenario. The website's JavaScript gets the contents from the window location hash. So, I've never heard of this.
Kitty says.
Fact of the day. Did you know pineapple is the only topping that does not belong on pizza?
Tell that to my 16-year-old. He wants only pineapple on his pizza. Also, I kind of like the Swedish Hawaii pizza has like shrimp and ham and pineapple, and that's good. So Nori, I don't agree with your universal fact today. How do you think? Do you love pineapple on pizza or not? My youngest is 13. He doesn't like any vegetables on his kebab pizza, so
Geek
it's no
QC
onions and
says,
nothing.
No.
No.
Just
no
no.
pineapple on pizza fan. Okay. Whatever everybody wants, they get, you know. No one else has to tell you what you have in your pizza. So a window location hash. I should probably remember this in the future, but this is why we're doing this page. Even though I could say, well, I know a few things about this, but apparently there's things I don't know. The website's JavaScript gets the content from the window location hash parameters and then writes that onto the page.
Kitty says.
In a currently
Pineapple on
being
pizza reminds me
viewed
of watching
section.
sad film and everyone cries at the end. Noiki one cry.
Okay, so you have like a feeling connected to it from you actually eating pineapple pizza. Okay, then I know why you don't like it. But I have positive memories. I've like, I was eating that at a friend's house and we had a fun time, you know. That's like my memory of that kind of pizza. So, when I was a kid. So it's all different. So let's see, what is this saying now? Why does it... I have to clear notifications, right? Because this keeps always being there. There. So, the contents of the hash aren't checked for malicious code. Allow the attacker to inject JavaScript of their choosing on the web page. The parameter and writes that onto the page in the currently being viewed section. So this is an example. So I guess this is not anything special. This is just an example of this happening. But I've just never heard of window location hash. So let's actually, let's open that page. No, I have to be here. And let's see if we can find this bit. No, it's not there. So it's not even that general. I just don't like not knowing what I'm trying to read. The window location hash returns a string that contains along with the fragment identifier of the URL. The fragment identifier of the URL starts with, but it's just repeating the same thing. Identifies a section in an HTML. Okay. So it is like an ID. Sorry, but I don't get it. Then I want to get it. So... My god, this is annoying. It's just the same text, right? I know that it's not important or anything, I just want to know what on earth it was. Location hash. Well, we'll see if we'll learn more about it. I don't want to take all of stream with this. So, the example scenario that I shouldn't get totally interested in, that's not even a code example. Window location hash parameter. Okay. So, potential impact. Crafted links could be sent to potential victims, redirecting them to another website or steal content from the page or the user's session. How to test for DOM-based XSS. DOM-based XSS can be challenging to test for and requires a certain amount of knowledge of JavaScript to read the source code. You'd need to look for parameters to parts of the code that access certain variables that an attacker can have control over, such as window location X parameters. Okay, then you found bits of code. You then need to see how they are handled and whether the values are ever written to the web page's DOM or passed to unsafe JavaScript methods. What unsafe JavaScript method is it good to look for in source code? Sorry, I have no paper and my nose itches. Sorry, just hold it back. There. I had to check on my kids too. So now I have new paper. I don't think I really have a grip on this. What's special with this sort? What differs it from I guess the only thing, right, is that we actually mention this. Some kind of part in the DOM. I should just remember the word. So let's copy the header and add it to the notes. So represent the page that DOM-based exercise is where the JavaScript execution happens directly in the browser without any new pages being loaded or submitted to backend code. Execution occurs when the website JavaScript code. So this is what I would say also is normal, right? So I'm actually going to copy the text from the page here, which is kind of long, but let's short it down a bit. No new pages being loaded or data submitted to backend. Well, why mention code even? That's just funny. Execution occurs when the website JavaScript code acts on input. The user interaction, meaning it is there in the actual page. Meaning it got there somehow. I'm lacking details. I want more details on this. That's what I want. This example is very, frustratingly leaving out everything. Except this. Window location hash. My kid calls. I'll be back. Yes, bye. Okay, yes, I know. That's like, yes. When you're 13-year-old, you wanted to be woken up at 8, and I tried, and now he finally got up, and then he was like, "Mom, I want to shower. Do you need any help?" Nah. And just goes to the shower. Nice. He planned it yesterday, and he has school later, so. He's growing up. It's also like this tall. Sorry for eating. Requires sustenance. There. So let's look at these a bit more. Because I don't really have a grip on it, but I'm hoping for examples later. What differs this from reflected? Because it's in the page. So I'm guessing it's another stage of it. But this is. I'll have to find out later, I guess, or I'll have to Google it if I don't get a better explanation. The website JavaScript gets a context from them as whatever parameters, example, and then writes onto the page in the currently being viewed section. The contents of the hash aren't checked for malicious code, just like all the other XSS thingies. So, what unsafe JavaScript method is good to look for in the source code? And I think one of the other days we had like in a few letters up in something, and this we have actually the last word, right? So I assume they mean eval here. So let's read the last bit again. DOM-based XSS can be challenging to test for, and requires a certain amount of knowledge of JavaScript to read the source code. You need to look for parts of the code that access certain variables that an attacker have control over, such as window location X. I guess that this is the actual how do we find it bit, that the previous ones have had kind of like dots and this doesn't, and that's why I'm kind of like, where are we? Or maybe that's like just a thing. Look for certain parts of the code. When you found those bits of code, you need to see how they are handled and whether values are written to the web page's DOM or passed to unsafe JavaScript methods such as eval. Yeah, let's just copy this too. It's a full sentence. It doesn't really fit with this either. So I'll just leave a dot in there to make it more readable sections. So let's continue to blind. So blind XSS is similar to stored XSS, which you covered in task 4. In that your payload gets stored on the web page for another user to view. But in this instance, you can't see the payload working or be able to test against yourself first. So this is, I kind of don't feel this is a special thing, but whatever. They are, so it is. So, for my explanation, I'm just typing stored, but you can't see it. You can't see the payload working or be able to test it against yourself first. Example scenario: a website has a contract form where you can message a member of staff. The message content doesn't get checked for any malicious code, which allows the attacker to enter anything they wish. The messages then get turned into support tickets which staff view on a private web portal. Potential impact using the correct let's, as an example, have like unfiltered messages sent. They could be sent to, anything, right? To test for blind XSS. Now I was up here. So, using the correct payload, the attacker's JavaScript could make calls back to an attacker's website, revealing the staff portal URL, the staff member's cookies, and even the contents of the portal page that is being viewed. Now the attacker will potentially hijack the staff member session and have access to the private portal. How to test for blind XSS. When testing for blind XSS vulnerabilities, you need to ensure your payload has a callback, usually an HTTP request. This way, you know if and when your code is being executed. A popular tool with blind XSS tags is XSS Hunter Express. Although it's possible to make your own tool in JavaScript, this tool will automatically capture cookies, URLs, page contents, and more. So, I'm adding this there to the notes too. And it's obvious why, because it's blind. I can't see. So, time to open a link, and this one was much more interesting. Because I haven't seen this. Three years ago, 1,400 stars. So it's not new or updated or anything. Doesn't mean it doesn't work. I'll have to read what it is later. Docker. Okay. I say I'm going to read it later and then I'll start reading, right? Sorry. If you want me to, just tell me, cause some people think I dig too deep into stuff. Though some people might just be one person. So, tool. Always possible to make your own tool. In JavaScript, this tool will automatically capture cookie URLs, page content, and more. Oh, I should have copied the name, I see. Did we have a space at the start? Yes. What type of XSS is very similar? Let's copy. So, perfecting your payload. And now we need to start a machine. And we can access this by a web page because I don't have my VM running because my stream has crashed several times, and I think it might be that I installed plugins eventually that I haven't done. Well, it was actually not like yesterday, but still. The payload is a JavaScript code we want to execute, either on another user's browser or as a proof of concept to demonstrate a vulnerability in a website. Your payload could have money intentions. Yeah, just confirmed that I was reading the right word after all this. It's too early to read lots of text, right? Your payload could have money intentions just from bringing up a JavaScript alert box to prove we can execute JavaScript on the target website, to extracting information from a web page or user session. How your JavaScript payload gets reflected in a target. Oh, and we got the web link there. How it gets reflected in the target's website code will determine the payload you need to use. To explain this, click the green Start Machine button on the right, and then the machine is loaded. Click open the link below in a new tab. The aim for each level will be to execute the JavaScript alert function with the string THM. For example, alert THM. Level 1. You're presented with a form asking you to enter your name. Once you enter your name, you will be presented. It will be presented on the line below. For example, if you view the page source, you'll see your name reflected in the code. Instead of entering your name, we're instead just getting notifications on my phone. We're instead going to try entering the following JavaScript payload. Yeah, I was thinking, should I type it just for practice, even though I've copied it so many times. I should type it for practice. Instead of just, how was it again? Actually think what it's actually containing. That is just a script tag with an alert in it, which is very simple. Now when you click the enter button, you'll get an alert pop-up with the string THM, and the page source will look like the following. And then you will get a confirmation message. Well, let's actually look at the page instead. And let's actually enter the text. We don't have to test with the name first. So it's script, and then we have the end script. And then in the middle, we have the alert, and we have the text THM, right? I think that's what they wanted. Or did they not have? Yeah. So, confirming XSS payload, go to level 2. So in this one, I assume they want something else. We didn't look at the source of the first one. Let's look at the source. So the problem with dark mode with these is I'll just for these examples, I don't want them to make additions. They may not, but they may also do it. So I prefer to have nothing extra there. So style sheet, CSS, cross arching, anonymous. Link, rel style sheet, say style. We have the JavaScript. Progress bar. We could just do it. Oh look, it has information here to progress bar dots. I didn't notice that on the page. Your name. Better go and look for the. Oh, there are the dots. Alright. Didn't I? This is already view source, it's empty. So, like the previous level, you're being asked to enter your name. This time, when clicking enter, your name is being reflected in an input tag instead. Viewing the page source, you can see your name reflected inside. Okay, so we should have tested it. I guess I should learn to do that. Oh, so hello test. Yeah, no XSS here. So that's a different thing. Yeah, it looked like this. Viewing the page source, you can see the name reflected. It wouldn't work. Okay, so we have to end it first. Yeah. if you were to try the previous JavaScript payload, because you can't run it from inside an input tag. Instead, we need to escape the input tag first so the payload can run properly. You can do this with the following payload. The important part here is the did, which closes the value parameter and then closes the tag input. This now closes the input tag properly and allows the JavaScript payload to run. Now when you click the button, you'll get an alert pop-up with the string tsham. So for the next one, maybe we should look at it ourselves before reading stuff, right? Though I might not remember anyway what to do. We'll see. And ignore the below code, it's not challenge related. Nah, it's not related to the challenge at all. So let's find that. Here is the test. So our text is put into this. So we see there that we need to end the string and then end the tag. Yeah, that's logical. So if we do this and then look at the source too, so we end it and we end that, and then we add the script, and we add the end script, and we add the alert. And they wanted tsham, I guess. Then I guess I'm just thinking, if we were to try and fix all of it, we were still inside, you know, whatever. We don't want to make another input or something. Alright. We should probably also like save this. Where the text is reflected. I know I have this already further down. In a tag, in a string, and those. So, oops, to have exactly the same, but only have like, let's do one of those very clear. Sorry for being tired. It's morning. I should eat some more. Getting some more energy. So yeah, so we have this here now, which is what I was trying to find a way in my head to end, but I didn't think of a tag to add. What if you would just do like oh, that's not what I wanted at all. Do I really want to retype it? No. But we can copy it. So here we can see our text, and then there's just this hanging there. So what simple tag is there? I'm just playing with it, sorry. So what if we just do no tag? This will be wrong too, you know. But if we do like a src or something, what would it say then? Then we don't have this at the end. And we didn't get a link because we didn't have any contents. And it's not ended though. The A tag would have to have an end. It was still broken. So it just is a link for all eternity. Never ending link. So let's do a test here and use this to practice. So now we're in a different one. So we're in something called a text area. So we would have to
Geek QC says.
Greater than should work too.
Yeah. Okay, yeah. Yeah, if there's a, like you need a stop for it. Right, for the A you mean. So if we do this and then we do our script. And I'm sorry for not copying because I'm actually trying to practice typing something. I'm feeling kinda stupid, and I don't have to fix the HTML, of course, so it's good. I'm just making sure I know how to. And I always do this as I learned when I was a kid, you know, adding both at the same time and then entering in between, which is kind of not practical in those IDEs that are actually modern. But it's worse in Streamerbot because it adds like 3 when I do that. So THM. So let's read it too, because I assume they will say the same thing. So and now when you click the button, level 3, you're presented with another plot. Maybe we shouldn't. They just added it as we did there. So let's look at the next level instead of actually reading it. So test. Hello test. Okay, so now let's see what kind of challenge, because I don't think they went back, right? It's just on my back. I'll go check on my kid too. I think it's done. Right, I need to send a message. When I'm typing in Swedish, I can't talk English. I'm not that multitasking in languages. Because I don't think. If I think in the wrong language, I type in the wrong language. I'll have to go check with my kid once, actually, because I will put on the right foot. Yes, are you difficult? Det beror på om det är någonting, vet du gubben. Yeah, he already had everything done. Because you probably have only gymnastics today at school. So, and this is starting to get dry, so I should eat a bit more. Not only prioritize learning.
What are you eating?
I'm eating lemon yogurt and this thin bread. This. I think it's like Arabian style bread or something. It's just called liba bread. So, and this is thin, and it's, but this is starting to dry now. It was not dried when I started.
N30X says, yeah, that's Middle Eastern bread.
Yeah, so I like it. And I just rediscovered it a few weeks ago, I think. So eat it before it's all dry now. So what are you doing this morning or evening or whatever time zone you're in? What time is it? And where in the world are you? If you don't mind.
Geek QC says.
3:30 a.m. Quebec, Canada tongue.
Okay. So, maybe a time one should be sleeping. Maybe. Just maybe. All depends.
I should be. Lol.
Says.
0:30 in
Oh.
Seattle.
Yeah, okay. So, it's not just morning people there. Oh, well, very, very early morning then, I guess. So it's actually today still. It's Monday. Right?
Less than. Total night owl.
N30X
Yeah.
says. London.
Oh.
8:30.
Yeah, and that means it's actually 9:30 already here, which is crazy. Because that means I've been streaming for more than an hour already. Time just flies. So I'll let the bread dry up a bit more, I guess.
Pixarbot
So-
says.
New follower N30X. Less than 3.
Welcome in again.
Geek QC says.
How long have you been streaming?
It depends on what you mean, because I think I started watching more Twitch like a year ago, but I almost started streaming a bit at once, too. But I've been streaming like this much for a few weeks. So I think it's a good way to, hold yourself accountable to actually be studying and not just like, oh, let's look a bit at Facebook or whatever, So, yeah, we were supposed to look at what this is, right? And I got interested in the security bit in about a year ago now. So, but I haven't had as much time as I would have wanted before to spend on it. So, but now I thought it's kind of time to do it. So let's see, where did it put our test? So it put it actually in a script tag this time. So we just need to end the string. Okay. So it's kind of important to see where you are, and that's what they're teaching us in a very good way, I think. I like this one. It's good. So let's end the string there and put a semicolon. So semicolon, and then we can just do like alert. THM. And I don't know how. Let's just add an empty string after that. So it was just in get elements by class name. I think this might have been what they talked about with the DOM, right? This is inner HTML, so it's already very odd for me. Where would it put it? By class name. But this is not put into anything. It's like it's doing stuff afterwards. Could we see the test? Yeah. So it did put it there, hello, and then it added it there. So we didn't have to do anything really, we could just have put it there. So let's do it two ways, I guess. If we do this, we get it there too. But, yeah, but we want to do it the other way too. let's assume that we want to we could just put it there normal, right? So let's use I'm actually copying now. So if we were to do the THM one here, without these. So, and now we have an empty one. Let's look at the new source. Let's close these old ones. So, yeah, because it's in the script one. So I shouldn't have entered the script. But I should also, because... So it can't... No, this is in the string. And this is just it getting it wrong with it reading the end string there. Because it's in the string. And it should really be put in here later. Can't it read it anyway? This is kind of interesting, because by class name, it should put all of the string in here, right? So I'm curious why it doesn't work. So let's just go back to the one that works, you know. And here we don't get hello anything, because I added the script there instead. We could have had hello also. If we go back one more. No, then we go to, yeah, this is 4 and I did test. Yeah, and this is what I typed after. So if we do like hello test, then we will get both the message and the test text. So it's kind of interesting. So before we do that, let's do a test. Hello test. Can't click it to view source at the same time as your hello test.
Kitty says.
Hello test Noiki one love.
So I didn't even see. Yeah, it said test. So let's look here. Hello test. It just says hello test. So test is in here again. Oh. So, well, we're not looking down there. Might be hints. I'm curious. I believe that this is like we need to do something else maybe. But what? We'll see. If we just copy the old one. Or should I type it? I guess the more if I type it a few times, you know, also it's there. Script. So script and script and
Fixerbot says.
Time to do some lock picking.
Oh, that was long ago. Not that long ago, because I just, you know, started with it, but I haven't done it for weeks now. So let's do it later. I have to set up a camera for it. Alert THM, let's do it properly. And now we can see something happened here. This is interesting. So our normal text, but it removed something here. So let's see. How hard is it to find view source? So apparently it removed everything called script from it. Just removed the script. I'm curious how. My nose doesn't like me today. I guess it's darn spring season. Anyone have any thoughts? Because I don't want to read stuff if I don't have to, you know, in the taking the hints. So what could it be doing? It's just removing everything called script. It's removing both of them too, so it's not just once.
Arduku says. Check in the beginning of the page. Kitty says.
I've got a good thought. You can never eat too much sushi.
Agree totally. Yeah.
Arduku says.
Yeah, I did look at this before
It
and then it
loads
was empty.
script.js. Check that file.
Let's just make sure we're looking at the right one there. It looks kind of empty. What if we just like... I don't have any burp here. I'm curious why I can't see the JavaScript. Let's just also we can see it up here. It's called payload. Yeah, so let's duplicate this tab. And let's script.js and see if we just click, just do script.js. This is very, very not much. So, thoughts? Should I open my VM anyway? Since if it's, I guess maybe that's what we need, you know. We're supposed to bypass the client side.
It URL encodes the /script.
Yeah. I'm thinking, do I have burp? I think I installed it actually, but I think I removed it also. But this is probably very old now. But I did have it. I thought I removed it. And 2023 5-4. Oh, this is uncomfortable. I want my VM now.
Actually only the, and the.
Yeah, I looked at it. And welcome back, Arduku. So, should I look at this burp? Well, why should I even do that? I don't know. To try and find the why didn't I see the JavaScript? I'm curious. Do you know why? It was jumped empty for me. I'm going to start VMware. Let's see, where do I have OBS there, so I can see what you see. So I'm abandoning the Windows version here of. Taking the opportunity to finish my breakfast. Before it's all.
I was expecting to see there a JS function that would filter the characters.
Yeah.
In that script.js file.
Yeah, but it was empty, so I don't know why. But it was when I looked at the first page too, so I'm like, do I call it Kali on this machine? I don't remember. Am I expected to remember things? Okay, that was slow. Yeah, right. We need to finish this one. Right, I guess. I don't think you're allowed to stream that, right? Oh, let's see. Almost done with the food. And I didn't bring a spoon, so I just have a bread. All right. I just want it to cache the files for me, or to save the files while they're sent through. And then I have to start it, of course. No use in turning off burp if you want to use burp. So we just want this. You don't have to get anything. Though of course we could. Should we just intercept it? No, we shouldn't. We just want to see it. But that's one way to see it, of course. We should be able to see it anyway. So, it should have gotten the oh my god. It kind of looks empty. It's empty, all of it's empty. So, yes, I did also assume to see stuff here. Let's look once more and let's actually catch them now. So, if I now shift F5, that's one. And I'll have to turn off I'm always annoyed you can't just double click, right? I'm just making sure you're on the same screen as me. So, after we get this page, we should get the request for the am I blind? White line there, script.js, and this one we want to intercept the response, and it's just nothing. It is very nothing. So that wasn't it. We don't want the font. So 149 already. Response JS. Mozilla. Check. Yeah, this is how it's checking it. Okay. And I'm like, did I click? Hey. Is it like doing this a million times? Oh, whatever. So, we didn't learn anything. So let's.
You could try the eval way. I think it is something like eval alert THM.
Okay, cool. Let's do that.
Maybe eval is not filtered.
And eval was mentioned. Also, this is this is a walkthrough thingy, so I can just look what they want us to do. But I was going to try myself first. But I'm kind of curious to read the rest of the code now too. It's just typing it. So let's see what it said. Let's read here, and this is a repetition too. In this one, I saw that we needed to end the text area. So we're learning that we're supposed to look at the source. Then we learn that that's not enough. Entering your name to the form. You can see it reflected on the page.
Yeah, actually it still needs the script less than slash
yeah,
script.
and we can't, because we see. Let's see what it says that how we should and learn a new way to get around. That's right. So let's read what they say here. Level 4. Entering your name into the form, you'll see it reflected on the page. It looks similar to the last one. This is the last one then. But upon inspecting the page source, you see your name gets reflected in some JavaScript code. You'll have to escape the existing JavaScript commands so you're able to run your code. You can do this with the following payload, which you'll see. Well, you don't need that, but that's a good thing to mention. Just by rest of the line. So I didn't add anything to the code for this, I think. So I'm just looking, where did I put anything? So in script code already. And I just used this bit for this. So it's always good to read all of it, because this might have been necessary. Then signifies and the same command, and then the comment at the end marks anything after it's a comment. Now when you click the enter button, you get no light pop up after, and then you'll get a confirmation message. Now we're at level 5, the one we really needed our help on. This level looks the same as level 1. and your name also gets reflected in the same place. But if you try it won't work. When you view the page, you'll see why. The word script gets removed. Okay, so it doesn't do it recursively. We're just supposed to do this. Okay. Yeah. Gets removed from the page. That's because there's a filter that strips out any potentially dangerous words. I'm thinking if a real page would remove script, they would do it recursively, right? So it does script and then checks again if it does script after it removed it. When a word gets removed from a string, there is a helpful trick you can try. So let's add this. A filtered word. Let's do removed. Script. Word removed. And this is just an example, you know, if you're trying to do this and you read this, you're like, oh right, this thing. So that's how it's intended to be read. Though I guess script is kind of a likely word to be removed. So let's actually type it again. So let's start with typing the normal one, or should I just cheat? So we have the normal one that we've tried. Now we just type script in it too. Let's do it in a different place here. You know, doesn't matter. So and now it got through. And it should be there in hello script alert. Oh. Does it call these something? Just levels. Enter an image path. Okay, so I don't think I have a cat. But this is on the site. So I guess we're still going for our little alert with THM in it. That's the goal. So it's just an image tag. So I'm kind of thinking, what do they mean that we should do? And I guess that we're just supposed to, I mean, wouldn't it be too simple just to stop this one, right? So what's the trick is my thought. What's the trick? If we like just end this one and Was there something I missed here? Is it in something else? I really feel like tired now. This is after breakfast, tired. That's tired for you. Typing the wrong thing. So I'm copying this because I'm thinking this can't be like this, right? And of course it failed. And since I clicked enter and not the enter button, I just wanted to make sure that it wasn't me just being a bad user. So yeah, so now it's filtering the characters. So I mean, sorry that I'm so tired. I'm actually going to check on my oldest because he has school in 2 hours and I have to see if he needs something more to eat. Or that he's not falling asleep at home. It's an important thing. Säg till om du vill ha mer mat. Well, that was not a success. He had fallen asleep. Meaning he probably slept a little this night, and since it's 2 hours until his school calls him, I really hope, I don't know if I hope he'll catch like 1.5 hours sleep until then or not. Complicated with kids that have sleeping problems. So it's filtering out the moral lesson. No, I think I'll just read and learn. Did I make notes for the last one? Yeah, it was a script in script. So this is kind of annoying. What is a suggestion to fix this? I'm curious. Level 6. Similar to level 2, where we had to escape the value.
Fixerbot says.
New followers in Brazil. Less than
Welcome
3.
in, Zenbruxel. Welcome in. And I guess it might be good morning for you, but it might not, so whatever it is. Good whatever time of the day.
Zen Brazil
Oh,
says,
yeah, you're in Brazil.
cheers from Brazil.
Mm,
Yes, good morning, 5 a.m.
5 a.m. Oh my god. That's too early. That's too early. And I think it's early for me. And it's 10 now. Then we have 5 hours time difference. So, we're here, right? Yeah. So, yeah. Doesn't seem to work. Let's inspect the page. We can see that these characters got filtered out from our payload, preventing us from escaping the image tag. To get around the filter, we can take advantage of the additional attribute of the img tag, such as the unload. Alright. Oh, the unload. Oh, why didn't I think of unload? Now I feel stupid. Isn't this like the first thing you test? Like one of the first things, right? Okay. So let's actually I'm just seeing what character they used for the cat. Yeah, the normal ones. So let's do unload. I guess we can do that. Alert. Let's do these here then. And there we have it. So in img tag so let's see, let's read the rest. Yeah, we can take advantage of the additional attribute of the img tag, such as the unload. The unload event executes the code of our, and then we could have used also on error and that the bad image, right? Maybe we should just try that too, just to have it done. So if we, is it like on, is it full error or is it on error? And just strangely enter this. It also works, right? So trying to wake up still here. If it was 5, I would have been hopefully asleep. So now you click the enter button, you will see the pop-up confirmation message. Polyglots. An XSS polyglot is a string of text that can escape attributes, tag, bypasses, filters, all in one. You could have used the below polyglot on all 6 levels. You just completed, and it would have executed the code successfully. JavaScript : I guess this is something for the notes, but I'm also thinking it's something for ChatGPT to explain all the steps of this. Let's just do it, right? Please explain. There. I actually tried to ask it a bookkeeping question yesterday, and it's so horribly terrible in that. So. A predicable injection payload designed to exploit a web application vulnerability known as XSS. Let's break it down. I'm also actually adding it to my notes first. Well, oh my, sorry. Oh, should have been sleeping now instead. This section seems to be using. Let's just TTS one bit at a time.
Slash dash slash slash backslash slash 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 asterisk slash one error equals alert THM slash slash. This section seems to be using various combinations of characters slash dash backslash asterisk slash etc. to obfuscate the payload. However, at its core, it sets an one error event handler to execute the JavaScript alert THM. The one error event occurs when an error occurs during the loading of an external resource, like an image or a script.
I think it's a bit wrong there. So this is not obfuscating, it's actually trying to get around lots of stuff, right? I would need a more explanation, that's why I added it here. Maybe this is not useful. Sometimes it's just not good.
%0D, %0A, %0D, %0A, these are URL encoded characters representing different line breaks, %0D and %0A. They might be used to try to break out of certain contexts in which the payload is injected, making it harder for the browser to properly parse and sanitize the injected code. /style // title / text area / script / dash dash backslash x3c svg / svg / onload equals alert thm / backslash x3e. This section is another attempt to obfuscate the payload. It seems to be trying to inject svg, scalable vector graphics, markup, setting an onload attribute to execute the JavaScript alert thm. The backslash x3c and backslash x3e are URL encoded characters representing and, respectively.
Oh, we were supposed to do it. Okay, I was just trying it. So, another practical example. But my eyes are tired. It's not all of me that's tired. Maybe I should activate more redeems. Hint, hint. I should move a bit, definitely. Let's close that one. We need to close this one first. I'm so sorry for being so sleepy. So, practical example blind exercise. And 10 seconds till we have an IP here. I guess I'll just accept, or I'll go get some tea. Right? I'll go get some tea. Is this the right tea one? Just getting some tea. Be right back. I'm back. Now I have lots of hot tea. And I recently realized that I usually just drink water in these bottles. But I realized that there is this shaker kind of, what should you call it? It's like a grid, you know. And that's perfect for keeping the tea bag in here. So I just fill it like with boiling water up here somewhere, put a tea, a bit of honey, and then I fill the rest up with milk. So it's very hot and nice. And hopefully it'll wake me up a bit. At least I've moved a bit, so. Very nice. I not that I was cold, but warm. So nice. I'm the kind of person that likes being warm, not cold. And now the shower heat has kind of left me. So we have another bit here to finish. So let's do it. So, practical example, blind XSS. Ensure to terminate the previous machine, then start this one. Yeah. You need to use the... okay. You'll need to use the attack box using the blue button. Well, we will use our own machine. Meaning we should go to... let's see. I can open it here too. Maybe that's better. There. So we have it open here. I'm closing it on our machines. We only have TryHackMe on that side. So I'm almost assuming we're going to start like an HTTP server, but let's not do anything. Let's read. Click on the Customers tab on the top navigation bar and click Sign Up here. Click link to create an account. Once your account gets set up, click the Support Tickets tab, which is a feature we will investigate for weakness. Try creating a support ticket by clicking the green Create Ticket button. Enter the subject, and I'm just looking at the time. It's quickly passing by time. It's flying by. You'll notice your new ticket in the list with an ID number, which you can click to take you to your newly created ticket. Like task 3, which I don't know what that is. Okay, so task 3 was reflected. Why do they say task 3?
Teddington
Hi.
Nuke says, "Hey Fix,
Good
smile
morning.
smile."
Good morning, or whatever you want to call it now. I think it's early morning still. I just got some tea. I think it's a bit hot to drink still. Yeah, definitely. Definitely hot. Like task 3, we will investigate how the previous entered text gets reflected on our page. Upon viewing the page source, we can see text gets placed inside a text area tag. So, I think that we will actually look at the page. So we were supposed to go to the customers. Let's just look at it first. So this is the main page, I guess, same as home. Then we have news. contact, customers, sign up. So let's username, test, password. Welcome to your consumer dashboard. They want us to go to create ticket. Right, it must be here. Create ticket. Test subject. Test contents. And we create the ticket. And I guess this is the database, probably, right? So we can see it, and I'm falling asleep again. Let's see if I can drink some of this. Ooh, so hot, but also sweet. Oh, it's so hot. I can't really touch it even. Made a bit, should have been more milk. More milk. Less boiling water. I can feel my hands still being warm. So let's see, where were I? Yeah, let's look at the code. Look at the view page source. I can't even see source. So I'm blind, so let's search for test. Oh, here it is. Like task 3, we will investigate how the previously entered text gets reflected on the page. Upon viewing the page source, we can see the text gets placed inside a text area tag. Well, only this one. So let's switch back for this. So they're just testing the text area a bit. There's also test there. Let's now go back and create another ticket. Let's see if we can escape the text area by entering the following payload into the ticket contents. Yeah, okay, sure. Oh, I'm even pressing the wrong buttons here. Click. So let's create a new one. And let's call it test 2. So let's text area. Testing. Let's click it. No, I did click the wrong one. I was supposed to click the new one. And we did actually type outside, though we were already doing it there, so. But I guess it's practice. So yes, we could. 2:30 already. Wow. How did that happen? So we got this. Let's now expand on this payload to see if we can run JavaScript and confirm that the ticket creation feature is vulnerable to an XSS attack. Try another ticket with the following payload. This is actually very good practice. I like this because it's practical and we're actually typing the things and we're doing them more than once, meaning it's not just reading it and then it's not stuck in your brain, you know. If we do the things and we do them several times, then they stays stuck in the brain, right? So when I'm in the situation and I see this kind of thing, I will be like, right, I can create tickets. I did it in this way. Right, I remember. I think it's a bigger chance, don't you think? So let's do test 3 then. And let's do I'm sticking to typing today because I want to practice. So text area, and we're doing the script tag again, and I actually failed to move there. There. So I guess we're doing the alert, right? Alert. And so they're always doing the single. Man, why am I so... Wake up now. It's very, very hot, but it's drinkable almost. So, was I done? We have text area. We're ending text area. We have a script, both of them. I'm almost wanna not end script and see what happens. But I guess that could break too much of the page. So let's create this ticket. Let's also say test here. So we can still see our test, and we got this, and if we like upload, refresh it, we get it again, the message. So obviously we can run the code. Now when you view the ticket, you should get an alert box with a string THM. Where is there a goal for everybody to use THM as their test string? We're going to now expand the payload even further and increase the vulnerability's impact. Because this feature creating a support ticket, we can be reasonably confident that a staff member will also view this ticket, which we could get to execute JavaScript. And if it was a real one, they would see that we're doing stuff, right? Some helpful information to extract from another user would be their cookies, which we could use to elevate our privileges by hijacking their login session. To do this, our payload will need to extract the user's cookie and exfiltrate it to another web server of our choice. First, we'll need to set up a listening server. Oh, that's interesting. First, using the text, let's set up a listening with Netcat. Because I was thinking like just using Python web server, but let's do this. Let's read it before I do it. If you want to listen on part 9001, we issue the command. Well, yeah. Sorry, if I'm not overflowed with excitement over the normal options. To avoid the resolution of hostnames via DNS, we can add N. Moreover, to discover any errors running Netcat, verbose mode by adding the V option is recommended. The final command becomes NLVP. This is a very short explanation of that if we had never used it. That's very nice too, of course. So let's go to the machine and do it. First, I'm not connected, meaning we need to start the VPN. So THM there. So let's go back to screen 1 and start a terminal here. Let's do then 9001 as their example, I guess. And they had NLVP for the order. If I had used that, I could differentiate it remembering my commands. I should have done that. Well, the tricks you can use, you know. Now that we've set up, not that it's hard to type 443 again. I'm not that lazy, I promise. It's efficiency, not laziness. Efficiency. Yeah. Now that we set up the method for receiving the exfiltration information, let's build the payload. So we have the text area and script tags just as we used to, but now we have this bit in the middle with fetch, which is kind of something I should remember. Fetch seems like a good thing to have. This is also very interesting. The cookie and making it, you know, sendable to ASCII. Let's type. And let's also see, because I was thinking what is the B here, but it doesn't say. But my brain says binary to ASCII, but it's not that at all. It's kinda. Let's search it, because I'm kinda curious now. Yeah, binary to ASCII. Yeah. So it says binary and to ASCII format, and that is what it is. base64. ASCII values, but just these. So I guess I just wanted a better way to remember it. So what else could we have used, like B2B? Nah, as in base64. Let's continue. Text area, we know. This make an HTTP request, so it's obvious, but it's nice to try and remember it. The more times I read it or write it, the more better I will remember it, right? And this with a cookie. And this is nothing that is we could say anything here. This is just what we call it to remember when we get this message what we were talking about. So the important bit is this document cookie, because that's what's actually in the browser on the victim's machine. Yeah, so anything else we need to try, do? They suggest we do it this way to decode. Let's do it, and let's type it manually because that's easier to remember later. Ooh. Well, that's interesting. What do you think? Definitely worth a screenshot. So let's make sure I'm actually on it. And let's make a screenshot there. And I'm just going to paste it in my image program. We'll see what happens if I click there, you know. It's good to have it saved. It's on my other screen now. So if we close this message, we'll see if stuff still works or if it died. How it died is an interesting bit now. So is this web machine still running or not? That's kind of slow, right? So I guess we'll have to start it again. I'm kind of curious what happened. And the reason I saved it was in case this didn't work. If it just dies, fine, you know. It doesn't matter very much. But if it dies and you can't connect back, which happened to me once. Or I couldn't stop the machine. That was a problem. And when I finally could, I couldn't. I did it by logging out, and then I couldn't log in, or there was problems. On stream took like 2 hours of our time. That's not what you want to spend your stream doing, right? We're waiting for the IP. 18, 17, 16. Come on. So, and we have a new IP. But let's copy this instead. So let's copy this link. And we'll have to recreate our user. Yeah, and my IP is the normal one. So we're back here. Let's not explore all the things again. Signing up. User name, test, password. I'm not sure I typed the same thing even. Support tickets, create ticket, and this is actually like our tests 4 then. The others they don't exist anymore. We'll have to type it all in then, because that's what I want since I want to practice. I'm just scrolling back down the page to the actual place. There. So this is what I'm going to type, but with the IP. And this is why we connected by VPN, so that it can find our IP. If we had an external site, I don't know if it even sends externally though. Take it to contents. So we're in the text area, so we need to exit the text area. Text area is not really anything I've been using, I have to say. Maybe it's too new for me. And then we start and stop the script tag. And then we have the actual thingy. And now we're doing fetch. Fetch to get a URL. And the first bit is the actual HTTP to ourselves there. HTTP colon / then our IP is 10.18.21.236, and they suggested we use 9001, so we did there. And then it's the whatever we want to call it, yummy cookies, just to make it different. And then kind of like saying, didn't I do 2 single dots at the same time? That's so not me. Well, I didn't do my usual way. So then we have B binary to ASCII, and since there's a parenthesis after, there's no, I almost did a semicolon, which would have been very wrong. So document.cookie, and this is where our spelling needs to be correct. So document.cookie is kind of tiny. I don't know if you can even see this. I should have made it bigger, sorry. So it's tiny for me too, but not that tiny, you know. I know sometimes I look at streams on my phone and I get kind of, you know, I think I have better size than that. And I definitely didn't. So let's see if we get any yummy cookies from this. We stop text area, we do script, and let's also copy this for our notes. And I remember the IP address and the port, and we add this to the end. The document cookie. So if we create this ticket now, it is created, but we haven't clicked it yet, so we shouldn't have anything. Oh, right, we did get it at once. So I don't like this way of doing it. So let's do an alternative way and see what we get this way, because this closes down. That's not nice. You might want to have several replies, right? So now if we click this one, we can't see anything odd here, right? But if we look to the terminal, don't we have anything? No, nothing on this. Because we didn't try to get anything, any file. But it's still something. So, why didn't it work? Let's do it again, because I'm curious. I thought we wouldn't get anything before we actually test Testing again. We do the same thing. Let's call it cookie this time, so we can see the difference. And so my file, whatever, let's changing it a bit. And this HTTP. I'm curious also to do another part. So now we got something here. And we got a 404 of course, but we have the information. So if we look at this now, it is not here, is it? So it is here. So if we look at it, shouldn't we see it again? That's kind of what I think we should, you know, so we should get another one here. So even if I update this page, it's not run. So it's just when we add them. I'm just looking at we might get more information this way. Maybe we can configure, we can make something ourselves to get better information. Because none of these solutions are good to me. They don't look good, because I would like it to, you know, be able to send more. Oh, that was a mistake click. So we need to create a new ticket. It's only when it's created that it's actually run. Because it simulates someone else opening it. But what about when we open it ourselves? So let's just send exactly this. Test 6. And we create the ticket. And then it looks at it. And now we get it 200 since we didn't have a file name, you know. And no file exists. Oh, try hack me. It's 11 o'clock. And try hack me pops up to remind me not to forget to practice stuff. So we're already in there. Let's see what it says about it. Now create another ticket using the above payload. Make sure to swap out variables with your settings. Make sure to specify the port number as well as your netcat listener. Now wait a minute and you'll see a request come through containing the victim's cookies. Now, to make counter issues with receiving a request using your own VM and the VPN, we recommend use the attack box. Well, it worked fine. But maybe that's why we don't get as many as I would expect. We can now base64 decode this information using the... Yeah, we can... I'm just going to exactly that, because I was curious, because I know there's yes D for decode. I don't have to type the whole decode. I'm trying to be optimized here. But also, let's not forget our actual replies we have here. So we have it 3 times by now. There. So let's echo this to base 64D. I'm trying to learn to be more efficient here. So do they want it all or just the numbers? So what makes me curious, let's see, do they want it all? No, they want not this bit. On the machine here, it said that it could be, this is of course the purpose, you know, but I still don't see why when I myself look at it, I won't get my own cookie. Maybe I don't have a cookie, you know. It's just how the example is not perfect, or what do you want to call it? Oh well, I guess we should close this. There. So, right, just because it's the same screen doesn't mean it's the same thing. So let's go to the notes, which is on the Windows machine, which I've been thinking several times about changing. Or this is a GitHub repo after all. It's not like it's complicated to. But is Obsidian available for Linux? It must be, right? Maybe that's what we do with the last time today. Nah, I don't think so. Not the priority thing. Yeah, first of all, this is a good room. I like how we get to actually practice things. I like it. Instead of just telling facts and then maybe one example. We get to repeatedly practice and increase our skills in steps. That's nice. And there are also details for people who are curious about something and didn't know it. And it's nicely structured and, you know, very good English too. So, in Swedish we call it miljöskadad, damage from the environment by checking text for, you know, for errors, because you don't want to send things to people if they're not good. I was going to paste my own thing here, right? But I'm thinking maybe we should use theirs. Nah, it's better to have the actual IP. Where to put it though? Because this is a practical sample containing more of them than one. This is the example of the blind one. I guess as we don't see it at once. But it also cookie stealing thingy. So this is a more advanced example of this. And mine is actually gone because I closed the web page. And and I'm not going in there again. So let's just instead just use theirs. And let's add the IP, because I think it's clearer, even if it's not the IP you have. They use this. Will maybe help me remember the example better. Though this kind of annoys me that there's space here, but I guess it's readability. Oh, whatever. Doesn't matter. So I'm thinking we're done with the notes too for this one. Fetch is in the notes. It's not explicit, but I've used it now more than once, hoping that this will stay in my memory. So I guess we could terminate it. Let's go to the dashboard and see what is the next thing. It's command injection. That sounds fun. We have an hour more. And I've been staying here during the weekend at 1. So yeah, and this one is starting to get a bit more even. Just until the other day I had 0 on the privilege escalation, which is kind of funny because I had on some of that on here. Rooms with us specifically. We'll see. And this one is supposed to be also a quick one. The other one was 30 minutes. But since I read everything, go through it thoroughly, so I really remember it, it usually takes more than this time. So we've been 3 hours on the last 30-minute one. We'll see. Command injection. Also, let's see, did I put the name? Yeah, let's change it to command injection. Command injection. I should learn how to make those markers too. How do you do the markers? I've never done that. I think you can do it from Twitch. Let's see. Maybe like Stream Manager, right? Because it would be kind of nice to see where it is. Oh, lockpicking. I'm sorry, Geek QC. We didn't do lockpicking. So what do you think? Should we do lockpicking, which would probably take a bit to pull the camera? Maybe this camera will stop working when I attach that camera and stuff. Or should we just continue? It says unstable. That's odd. Whatever, let's see if I can find a marker. Whatever it is, will change the... I change the title. How do I set one of these markers? I think it's like possible here. No, maybe not.
Been fine for me, not seen any issues, smile smile.
Yeah, good. So, I missed the redeem though. I should have done the lockpicking. I did the squats though. So I'm just trying to learn. This is ads. I'm looking for something else. But maybe it's not here. Oh, I don't care.
Orange says.
It's not important.
I see a mystery open port on a device on some line. What's a handy tool to interrogate to find what app is listening?
I see a mystery. So, what kind of question is this? But let's say you can always start with Nmap.
Teddington Nuke says.
Yeah, but who
What
do we want
OS?
to help? That's the question. Who are we helping? And why? What's the purpose? That's my thought. Security first, right? So I'm curious if
Orange says.
Ooh, sorry, it's completely innocent. It's not a PC. It's an oscilloscope. On my work network.
Okay. That's always good to know, I guess that your oscilloscope probably has a you probably have a manual, right? I have for the one in my dress drawer. It's nice how tiny they have gotten. Oh.
It's 5,850.
The port or what? The model number? Because I'm thinking you should look at the manual and see.
Probably for company SW uploads.
Okay, so you're it's nothing documented.
Port.
You're just curious what's there. Googling the port is also nice, and you can always try sending stuff, trying to connect to it. You can try different protocols.
Yeah.
Protocols and stuff. So, but you don't want to by mistake send something bad there too if it's unprotected configuration stuff.
It has HTTP and VNC listed in manual.
Yeah. So maybe I should look at mine.
I just thought maybe there's an app that helps Stig.
Yeah, I'm sure. I'm just a noob
I could always
too,
factory reset.
Okay, do you have problems with it then? Okay, or if you would happen to change something. Okay, yeah. But I think we'll continue with this. We have 45 minutes, but I have to go check on my kid first before we start anyway. But I feel the minutes just runs away from me.
Sorry to interrupt.
Oh, no problem.
You're doing a great stream.
Thanks. No problem at all. I like the chat. It's just that just Mondays and
Even
Wednesdays.
though I don't actually sounds like this IRL.
You can change the voice, with if you do !TDS, then you get this message. It comes up sometimes too. You can set your voice and how your name is read.
LOL.
Yeah, but it's fun that people can set their voices because it's much more like a real conversation.
Orange says.
Okie dokie. Thanks.
Yeah, and I don't really mind. But what I was going to say was that Mondays and Wednesday I'm driving my kid to school at 13, so I need to make lunch at 12, so I can't stream for very long. So I'm trying a bit to more economic with the time. So I guess that's why I didn't do the lockpicking redeem. Maybe I shouldn't have it enabled, though. The things are right here. I'm going to use, when I leave, I'm going to bring the phone that's usually up there for a top camera view, and have it as my chat phone when I go IRL test streaming and move about a bit. So let's see if this is charged. It's supposed to be. It was charging just a bit ago. It's not on. Yeah, no, it's just going up all the way at once. It started as 0. Like, I'm not charged. I don't have any battery. It did. So let's quickly see how much we can do of this. And maybe we can go past 12 if I start making lunch and then go back here. Command injection. Learn about a vulnerability allowing you to execute commands through a vulnerable app and its remediations. Yeah. So, introduction. In this room, we're going to be covering the web vulnerability that is command injections. Once we understand what this vulnerability is, we will then showcase its impact and the risk it imposes on an application. Then you're going to be able to put this knowledge into practice, namely how to discover the command injection vulnerability, which is kind of good to know. How to test and exploit this vulnerability using uploads designed for different operating systems. How to prevent this vulnerability in an application. Lastly, you'll get to apply theory in practice, learning in a practical. I'm kind of curious, by the way, who made the last room? Sorry, but I'll be just popping back over to this one because I would like to see if there's. It's just to track me, right? So, because this was a nice one. So we're back. This sounds like the same style. To begin with, let's first understand what command injection is. Command injection is the abuse of an application's behavior to execute commands on the operating system, using the same privileges that the application on a device it is running with. For example, achieving command injection on a web server running as a user named Joe will execute commands running this Joe user, and therefore obtain any permissions that Joe has. Command injection is also known as remote code execution, or RCE, because of the ability to remotely execute code with an application. The vulnerabilities are often the most lucrative to an attacker because it means that the attacker may directly interact with the vulnerable system. For example, an attacker may read system files or user files.
You're meeting a killer Python.
I'm eating a what? Are you eating snake for lunch? So yeah, whatever. We know this. For example, being able to use the application to perform a command. Who am I?
It's an Australian gummy candy.
Oh, okay.
About 1 foot long.
Oh, that's nice. That's lots of candy. Then you won't have room for any dinner later. Or whatever it is. What time in Australia? I guess you're in Australia then, right? What time? Is it like afternoon something? What could it be?
Looks like an actual Python.
Fixerbot says.
New follower Sullivan GFX. Less than 3.
Welcome in, Sullivan GFX. Welcome in. To
Orange
list what
says.
user account
It's Python,
application
Tim.
is running. Oh, Python 2. Well, I don't get it.
6:50 p.m.
Teddington says.
Yeah.
Nice. I'm only just getting breakfast, Sepha 42 lol.
Yeah. And this is actually, the tea is my breakfast too, right? I had a bit of yogurt, a sandwich, but I didn't drink anything. So now it's just cooled off so I can drink it.
Orange says.
Breakfast injection.
Yeah. Being able to command injection was one of the top 10 vulnerabilities reported. Well, it's kind of the thing, right? Counter Security AppSec Intelligence Report 2019. Was framework. Well, they don't have to say it's important. My goodness.
Sullivan FX says.
This is what
Where
we
is your
use.
accent from? I'm learning English and I think is a good accent.
Oh, thanks. I'm Swedish. I've lived a bit in Ireland, so sometimes I go a bit over there. But I've heard a lot of American. You know, in this school we were kind of like we were supposed to spell it the British way, but we never remembered to. You know, that kind of thing. So my accent is like mixed. I think you call it like just English. But thanks. So let's make a new note in our notes. I know I have stuff, of course, on this, but this is more like specific RCE. So let's actually call it that too. I don't have anything just like generally like that. So we did read it. Discovering command injection. This vulnerability exists because application often use functions in programming languages such as Python, PHP, and I switched the order of them to Node.js to pass data to and to make system calls on the machine's operating system. For example, taking input from a field and searching for an entry into file. Take this code snippet below as an example. In the code snippet, the application takes data from user that user enters in an input field, name title, to search a directory for a long song title. Let's break this down and let's look at it. So we have the PHP and we have the location of the songs, and it looks for the title parameter and it sets it to there if it exists then, and then it grabs it completes the command we had and put it between grep and a txt file, and then it executes this, meaning we can just send anything in there. Okay. And then it checks for the replies. Yeah, if the reply is nothing, it says it doesn't find it. So we don't have to read this because I just said it right. Text for whatever. The output of the now, this sort of information would typically be stored in a database. However, this is just an example where an application takes input from a user and interacts with the operating system. For an attacker could abuse this application by injecting their own commands for the application to execute. Rather than using grep to search for an entry in song title, they could ask the application to read data from a more sensitive file. Abusing applications in this way can be possible no matter what programming language the application uses. As long as the application processes and executed, it can result in command injection. For example, this code snippet below is an application written in Python. So import subprocess and Flask. So define execute command as subprocess p open shell supervise std out read define command server shell approach shell. Okay, this is Flask thingies. This, I guess, because I don't know this at thing. At app, right? I had it sometime. So it's waiting for reply from the server, right? And with the input. So let's see what it says. Note, you are not expected to understand the syntax behind this application. However, for the sake of reason, I have outlined the steps of how this Python application works as well. The Flask package in this is used to set up a web browser. A function that uses the subprocess package to execute a command on a device. We use a route in a web server that will execute whatever is provided. For example, to execute whomI, we need to visit http flaskup tshem whomI. Okay, so the syntax here. So this is like a variable then. That's just sent on. Looks very secure. What variable store the user embed in the PHP code snippet in this task? Oh, that's such when they go like this, like how could we find a question from this? And they choose the variable name. Title will leave ITLE. Yeah, they want it all, so I'll copy because that's a complicated character to type. What HTTP method is used to retrieve data submitted by the user in the code snippet? Get. Or did I not? Yeah. It's so slow, I think it was wrong. If I wanted to execute the id command in Python in the... Okay. So... Sorry for not reading the full question. Too obvious, you know. Exploiting command injection. You can often determine whether or not command injection may occur by the behaviors of an application, as you will come to see in the practical session. Okay. I'm thinking section of this room. Applications that use user input to populate system commands with data can often be combined with unintended behavior. For example, the shell operations semicolon and will combine two or more system commands and execute them. I have a problem with or more on both, sorry. Just me used to fixing text. So let's see. I do have things for the RCE a bit, or rather command injection, but I'm not sure where. And I want to add to that because I'm thinking notes, maybe this is not like the best place to put it, but it should really be in web. maybe this is it. Yeah, I think this is what I was looking for. So it's close by. That's good. Then we can just here. So the operators semicolon and an. Will combine several commands and execute them all. So, if you're unfamiliar with this I'm not, but let's look. I think I kind of skimmed through this a bit, but maybe there was a reason. Because if there are more things like this,
John Rosemary says, "Good morning, hello."
Good morning. Good morning. No, I don't think that's the thing to do. Let's continue here. So. Command injection can be detected by in mostly one of two ways: blind and verbose. I have defined these two methods in the table below. There are two sections underneath. We'll explain. Okay. They don't have to say that, you know. This type of injection is where there is no direct output from the application when testing payloads. You will have to investigate the behavior of the application to determine whether or not the payload was successful. And that's kind of the normal thing, right? This type of injection is where the direct feedback of the application once you have tested the payload, for example, returning home my command to the application. Well, I don't think this is two ways. I think it's the same. I'm sorry if I repeat that, but I don't think blind is anything else. You just see it a different way. Yeah, and we don't need to make comments or notes on that. Detecting blind command injection. Blind command injection is when command injection occurs, however there is no output visible, so it's not immediately noticeable. For example, a command is executed, but the web application outputs no message. For this type of command injection, we will need to use payloads that will cause some time delay. For example, ping and sleep commands are significant payloads to test with. Using ping as an example, the application will hang for X seconds in relation to how many pings you have specified. Okay, let's make some notes, like if blind, ping and sleep, it can be used. I don't see why not try to make it like a reverse shell at once. It can be used for testing. And getting a delay. And also, if you ping yourself and you listen, you can get that. Another method of detecting blind command injection is by forcing some output. This can be done by using redirection operations such as. If you're unfamiliar with this, for example, we can tell the web application to execute commands such as whoami and redirect that to a file. we can then use commands such as cat. But wasn't the point that we couldn't get any output? I'm thinking if we redirected it to make another HTML file so that we can read from the browser, then we could. That's what I thought they were going to say. If we can't execute cat and get their feedback, we won't see anything. Oh well, let's add the redirection to the notes. Alright, so we will need to actually use these, because special characters in Markdown. So redirect. So what was I going to say? Like to file that we might be able to read, which is kind of funny if it's blind, you know. And this is also really here, because it's not like I don't know what that is. It's just a tip to remember that. I assume they have been using it since they're typing it. Testing command injection is this way. It's often complicated and requires quite a bit of experimentation. Significantly, as the syntax for commands varies between Linux and Windows. The curl command is a great way to test for command injections. This is because you'll be able to curl to deliver data to and from an application in your payload. Take this code snippet as an example. A simple curl payload to an application is possible for command injection. We'll about process search the Beatles. Who am I? And I'm thinking, should we put this in the notes or not? To use curl. This was not kind of what I expected them to type. Okay, to test. So to test for blind.
Sullivan GFX says,
the Hacktricks book contains an interesting list under pen testing web/poach and polyglots cheat sheet hash command injection.
Nice, nice. Let's look at that as soon as I've just typed here. Curl. Let's just copy this line and have this as an example. Yeah, let's go to Hacktricks. So, is this a list? Okay. Pucks and polyglots. So somewhere down here, right? No? Am I blind? Did I miss something? Yeah, let's do another search. We could actually go to Hacktricks first. Never been there before. And use their search to search for it was the spelling of polyglots that made me hesitate. So these are all interesting, right? So these are Pox and Polyglot cheat sheet, and this is where the command injection bit here. Yeah.
There is a list,
Very
under
nice.
command injection section.
Yeah. That's a funny thing. Chat is delayed. So I get to say I know, though I didn't know when you typed it. So we're on the same page, right? Yeah. So same page, same page. So I think all of this is very interesting. Yeah, and I've seen lots of these to test if it does math or if it just, types 7 times 7. And these are definitely what I need in my list. And also this link, of course. So let's put this straight into the notes on injections to test there. And then I can look more at it later. So very cool, thank you. So this was just a tip search, and this was about command injection, which is also interesting and more information to look at. So not to get locked on those for now. I'm just adding the other path to the notes here too, and I can look more at those later. This was a link from earlier for a tool, so we'll look at that somewhere, or I will. It's 15 minutes till my kid has school, or they're calling. So I'll have to see if I can wake him up. And if I can't, I'll have to send them a message. So how much do we have left of this bit? It's a bit, but not long for the section just. I'll actually go check with my youngest too what he wants for lunch. If it's not too much, I can continue streaming for a bit after 12. We'll see. I'll be back. So, kind of woke up my sleeping kid. But I think I'll send a message to school anyway, that he might have to call twice. So we'll see. Also started, he just wanted noodle soup, so I started the water boiling so I can continue for a bit more. We don't have to stop at 12. I want to continue. Just checking, not that there. That's the one I need to send to. Like is at least 4 SMS addresses, or like phone numbers. That is, of course. For school. There. So I can't speak in English and write in Swedish at the same time. I'll be typing to English. So there. So I'm just telling them to try calling it a few times, because sometimes it works. Because he like when Discord calls, you know, you want to answer, right? So you wake up even if you're a tiny bit asleep, and answer the call. So we'll see. Hopefully the water is already boiling down there. I don't know why I didn't keep the door open so I can hear. No, not yet. And I only have one ear because there's someone blocking it, unfortunately. So you don't have an echo on the TTS. Because I want to hear it too. So let's see now. We read about the curl. Detecting verbose command injection while detecting the easy detectable. This way is arguably the easiest method of the two. Verbose communication is when the application gives you feedback and output. For example, displayed in the yeah, I just got the reply that she thinks it will work. As if he knew how tired he was. Well, I have compiled some valuable payloads for both Linux and Windows. Oh, that's nice. Thank you. So, okay, so it's just commands. Okay. So what level is this supposed to be? The command will hook. This was really, I said thank you before reading, so yeah. This command will be also invokes application to hang to usually test an application for blinding if the ping command is not installed. Okay. Okay, so timeout. I've never heard of timeout. So because this is just normal command, but I guess in Windows we don't use as much command line PowerShell as we used to, Should I enter timeout into my notes for Windows? Well, let's Google it, because now I'm curious. What's the purpose? Oh, and I was talking about this and it got a low battery. Battery full.
Also echo /cat if you can use /dev/tcp.
Yeah. So timeout Windows. Echo cat if you can use dev TCP. Do you have any? What are you thinking of? To use that to connect. But now we're on Linux, and this was the Windows bit. So, but if you have any suggestion what to add, please tell me. So what on earth does this out? Okay, so we can set the timeout in seconds. So it pauses, but a keystroke returns it. Similar to pause. Okay, so it's pause with a timeout. Timeout's kind of funny name for it, right? So no break, I guess. Ignore user keystrokes. Yeah. So 5 minutes for my kid for school. I'll need to check in on him. Wake him up again. I'm just scrolling back to the RCE bit in my notes here. No, I was actually scrolling down to Windows, right? But this is for Windows. Yeah, so this is actually Windows. Yeah, because we wouldn't do any of that if we had feedback. Wouldn't be interesting with timeout. Yeah, and this is actually like the same too. No, because this is more to test for to try and find if you have something specific to test or not, I'm thinking more like this, but you can try lots of different things.
I mean, the list said you can use sleep when you can't use ping in order to check the command injection, but using /dev/tcp to send data to your machine and capturing the data with a network sniffer I think is an option too.
Okay. Yeah, and then you could probably connect to, right? So that's kind of why I'm thinking this. All of these things, like redirecting to a file, why do any of this if you can just try and go for like a web shell or a reverse shell at once instead? It's probably easier because then you get the feedback, right? If it doesn't work, then you can try something else. I'll go check on the food and my kid. I'll be right back. There, so I just finished my yogurt, so I don't think I'll need any lunch. Maybe I'll take something tiny, but no, my youngest have food, and I've woken my oldest up as much as I can. So it's just to continue. So let me reread your message. Solo and GFX. Let's see. I mean, the list you said is sleep. Yeah, right. Do you have a good example that I can use to put in the notes, Sullivan GFX? How to use dev TCP, because you do like dev TCP and then you do the. By the way, let's actually dev TCP. Send data. We can just. So, because I have these kinds of things. Yeah, right, you just use slash between. But what? And this is of course not a correct thing, since it's a question. And it looked correct, so that's nice that they say doesn't seem to be anything wrong with that. So option 1, execat, and school can't reach him. So I'm just saying I've tried several times, unfortunately. Since this means we probably didn't sleep tonight. There's sleeping problems. Maybe I found something very interesting on the internet, something to read. Okay. Since my phone is logged into my kids'. Yeah, I guess I get their Gmail too. So I get the message that he's got a Discord message there. Because his computer turns off if he's not using it, She's not very smooth. I'll have to send a longer reply. There. So to send the data to TCP port using shell script commands. And we could also just search in my notes, because that's a good thing with me having fixed them, you know, I don't get too many hits. So if we search for dev TCP, and let's also add like 1/more, so we have a bit more limited. So we can see that I have a few web shell. Yeah, this is how I have this. So this is box notes. This is let's open these. Wasn't that money hits? Or it was money hits, depending on how you want to see it. So she replied again. Right, he got some work to do from school for the first time in his life. So it was bad timing. So she sent him some questions on Discord instead. I think she thought that I don't know. So you can't expect too much if there is a person that has big problems with things like clicking on that. Oh yeah, she said thank you. So we'll see now. Where were I? So we have web shell to NC. Here I have this one. Yeah, so this is of course one of the things that we could send, and I also think yeah, the base64 one, it's similar. This one with base64, I think it might be good to have it there too. Oh, I have it in here too. No, this was just up. So we had it in bash. Oh, and it's showing it. That's nice. I've never clicked the stuff in the search before like that. Okay. So I'm looking for something. I think it's in my notes. But of course this one could also be I mean, we could try this one. And here it's instead. Oh. Okay. So, why is it marked yellow like this here? I don't know. Yeah, that's where I pasted it. Oops. So here is it there. Okay. Okay, right. Because this is in the fake service. Right. Yeah. And I thought this was so messy, so this was better. Yeah. So it's the same. And the numbers that are always here is just my Acme IP. Yeah, so I'm thinking I should have this one saved too, but I don't remember it. So I'll have to look it up. Also, I don't have huge amounts of time now, but I have more at least. So what payload could we use if we want to determine what user? Okay. Who am I? What popular network tool would we use to test for blind command? I guess you mean ping. What payload would we use to test a Windows machine? Okay, so they meant this. Oh, what was it? Timeout. So that's brain training, trying to recall the new thing. A good thing that the only thing that was new was in there. Remediating command injection. Command injection can be prevented in a variety of ways. Everything from minimal use of potentially dangerous function or libraries in a programming language to filtering input without relying on a user's input. I have detailed these a bit further below. The examples below are of the PHP programming language. However, the same principles can be extended to many other languages. Variable functions.
Vixerbot says.
New follower Ansuuvius. Less than 3.
Welcome in, Ansuvius. I'm cheating and imitating the TDS pronunciation. Ansuvius. Welcome in.
Ansuvius says. Hello.
Hello. So, well, yeah, exec path root system. Take the snippet below as an example. Here, the application will only accept and process numbers that are inputted into the form. This means that any command such as whomI will not be processed. So, type text, ID ping, name ping, pattern. So, that's an interesting thing. I didn't know you can do a pattern. It's me being bad at HTML. New things. Now you don't even need code for this bit, though, of course, if you don't use the input, it's nothing. Or actually, was this... Did this one also do that? Because this is a PHP, right? So it's not really... Whatever, let's see what they say about it. The application will only accept specific pattern of characters. The application will then only proceed to execute the data, which is all numerical. But it doesn't check it, does it? This function make input such as a string or user data and will execute whatever is provided on the system. Any application that uses this function for proper checks will be vulnerable to command injection. Input sanitization. Sanitizing any input from the user that an application uses is a great way to prevent command injection. This is a process of specifying the format or type of data that the user can submit. For example, an input field that only accepts numerical data or removes any special characters. Yeah, here they actually look at it in the code instead. That's better. In the snippet below, the filter input PHP function is used to check whether or not any data submitted via the input form is a number or not. If it's not a number, it will be valid. Invalid input. Bypassing filters. Applications will employ numerous techniques in filtering and sanitizing data that is taken from a user's input. These filters will restrict you to specific payloads. However, we can abuse the logic behind the application to bypass these filters. For example, an application may strip out quotation marks. We can instead use the hexadecimal value of this to achieve the same result. When executed, although the data given will be in a different format than what we expected, it can still be interpreted and we will have the same result. I assume that we will, get to the practical now. So, what is the term for process of cleaning? Sanitization. Let's copy it. So, I'm looking for the start button. Oh, one of these. I guess it will need time anyway. Deploy the machine attached to this task. It will be visible in the split screen view once it's ready. Test some payloads on the application hosted on the website visible in the split screen view to test for command injection. Refer to this cheat sheet. Okay, command injection payload list. We have a new cool link. Oh. Look, see. Look, very nice. Very nice. That's Windows and Unix. So, will we need to save this in 3 places at least? I kind of failed to swallow. It went both ways, I think. That was a new experience. Streamer problem. Needing to talk as soon as you swallowed, so you're already starting while you're swallowing. That's embarrassing. That's embarrassing. There. Here in my mouth. So. if you're stuck and wish to explore more complex payloads. Yeah, I want to save this one so I don't forget. Just to make sure we do things in the right way.
Nothing to be embarrassed, ABT, smiley face.
Thank you. It's like, when you get... So, I'm actually going to put it here too. There seem to be more things here too. We need to look at this just a bit more. Payload box, look. What a thing. So nice. So some of the links you get, in these rooms are really great. Find the contents of the flag in home Troyhackney flag txt. You can use a variety of payloads to achieve this. I recommend trying multiple. So, yeah, so this is supposed to be an IP here. So we probably have like a ping. So let's assume that we can just like do this and try just doing cat with a name. With a name. The name. And see what happens. Here is your command output nothing. Alright, I did add an extra dot there. That's not necessary. Did I? No, I didn't have the cat on this one. So we don't get any output. So let's try. No, I didn't do it. Yeah, because I kind of forgot the semicolon. And that's not good. At first I even forgot the cat because I just pasted. I thought I had the whole command. What user is this application running as? Yeah, so let's do who am I to. VVV data. Well, is there anything else we want to test? I guess we should also submit them. What do we want to test? Do we have any other ways to read this? But we don't have any connection, right? So whatever. Let's continue. I guess we're done with this one. So well, information to end. Recap. How to discover command injection. So they just list it. Test and exploit. Prevent. Sanitize. Text. Playing or learning. So yeah, we terminated it. So it says Nestis SQL injection, but we can just look at the dashboard here. And I thought so. Cause no, where were I really? This one with this one. So this one, okay, so it's because I've done it. So that's why it skipped it, because I was thinking burp was the next thing. Let's look at this, because we don't have much time left, I need to leave in 45 minutes driving away with the car style. So I probably should have a sandwich or something at least before leaving. And I have to set up for the IRL test stream that I'll be doing at 14:05. Next stream will be soon. So let's quickly look through these, and then I'll go and quickly get something in my tummy, and let's check the stream settings. So SQL, we don't have to read it all. I'm just thinking both things at the same time here. Preparing the stream. So yeah, I think I have like good notes from this room. I'm kind of sure I have, and this was a very good room. I remember this. So if I didn't make it thumbs up, let's no, I think I had already, right? No, not twice. Okay, good. So then we voted now. It already went from 8 to 7. We went to 6 to 7. Good. I remember this being good, and I've used this a lot. But I think I did this for just when I started. So almost a year ago. The first one was just basic, and then you have SQL injection. So I'm thinking if I search for one of these in my notes, we'll find it, right? I don't think it's sorted, I think that also this could be stuff that's I'm trying to arrow in this, it didn't work. No much is found. If we just do select is a good thing, right? We have lots of selects. These are boxes. Juice shop. SQL, but that's just 2 in the whole MySQL note. SQL injection. I know I have. No. Because if I don't have these notes, then maybe I should just copy and paste a lot in this one. So I think that I will leave this one up when I quit now. And then I can just go through and make sure that I have everything in my notes. Because what I'm looking for are the, specific union ones and things that are, I think they're in here, all of it. Maybe we'll just redo this because it's good practice next time. Let's check now. My next stream will be soon. So, alright, I had this open. So I have this remote variable. Which is kind of important that it's set as it should, because that depends, totally where I end up when I click my start streaming, if I do remotely. So my commands, it didn't work last time, so that's why I'm checking it. It's supposed to just work. Though OBS had crashed during stream last time. Wednesday, I guess. So I actually did my IRL test stream which was a good test, but it was horrible, with Twitch's app instead of IRL Pro. And that was totally horrible. You can't even switch to another app for 2 seconds before it just closes the stream as soon as you leave the app. So no TTS. I did start it on the other phone though, but I have to install Chrome and everything. So it was very, very special test stream. Am I just blind? Clip on. What about stream start? Channel points. Remote. Okay, I have a special one for it. So, stream start. It should work. It should set it is remote to true. It should switch. And it should start streaming. And when it starts streaming, then it detects and it starts the stream started one. So let's just look at this one too. I think the problem was that it wasn't on, but I'm thinking that now when I stop stream, I will actually do a quick test from my phone. Let's prepare it. So we'll do a quick actual IRL test stream first, before the actual IRL test stream. So I'm starting the app IRL Pro here. And with this one, I can start the broadcast here. But let's wait with that. Let's start the. And we want the TTS to be on. Go. And is the audio on? Oh, yes.
Connected to channel Fixit 42.
So TTS is on. We can send a test message and it will be read by both.
Fixit says test.
There, kind of same timing too, right? And the third part, I have IRL Pro, I have the TTS. The third bit is just actually going to Twitch and typing in chat. So that's how I do it. I just click my channel. I go to the chat of my channel here. And then I do stream start. And since we're already streaming, the variable should still be set when I do this. And if I just stop streaming, it will stop the stream. So I'm kind of thinking we will, as it's kind of quick, to reconnect. I'll do, right, I've been thinking about this. I should have shorter, because typing on the phone, typing stream start and stream stop is kind of long. So I should have like aliases, and I know that the reason I even have the stream end one, so stream start should also have a SS stream start, but SS could also be stream stop. And I know Security Live did that by mistake, and I almost did it if I didn't have that knowledge. So stream end, did I add the stream stop too? Yeah, but it's up here. Why? Also, I learned that this one, I can just add it. So let's cut it. And let's just delete that one. Because we don't need actually to have two. We can just make several commands here. So let's call this SE for stream end. So I've been using stream stop and stream start now. I failed to stop the stream first time because I didn't remember it was end. So I did stop. But SE, now all of these should work and the same things should be started. Let's go back to actions and we have both there and this one doesn't exist anymore. So let's delete the trigger here too. So we have the core commands and this one exists. Stream start there. If I click now, will it add it to double? No. So kind of funny. Why didn't it just pop up? Oh well. So it's updated. So no, this is supposed to be stream end. Did I do start now? Yeah. So because I want to make sure I make these both of these. Stream start. So now I will be able to do exclamation mark SS to start stream and SE to end it, which is kind of nice. But what I'll actually do is that I will do a quick, I'll stop stream here with this button, and then we're going to start it again with this button to make sure that my button works. So don't leave, this will be a very quick stop.